officer got shot in the leg right here, though.
The suspect, 31-year-old Jonathan Allen Scott, now 36 years old in present day, was transported to a hospital and eventually recovered from his injuries. He was arrested for his actions later the same day after being treated for his wounds. The officer and his K-9 unit, named Bear, who were both hit, also made a full recovery from their injuries. In regards to the officers, the chief of the Hot Springs Police Department stated, "Their well-being is very important to us because they have suffered a traumatic event. It's important for us to provide assistance to them for their well-being." All officers involved in the shooting had been placed on administrative leave with pay while awaiting the outcome of the shooting investigation and an administrative investigation. The chief said it's standard department policy for incidents like this. The panicking woman who thought she was being targeted after hearing the gunshots was found to not be connected to the situation. Scott's criminal history involves numerous prior arrests dating all the way back to 2006 when he was 18 years old. The charges for these arrests include misdemeanors like criminal trespass, harassment, theft of property, and various traffic violations. One of these arrests was extremely close to the shooting, dating only 3 weeks prior. For this particular previous arrest, Scott was charged with public intoxication and was sentenced to 30 days of probation. The court recommended he seek mental health treatment in response to that case. This, combined with his comments about being a Secret Service agent, as well as reports about him quietly murmuring to himself the day of the shooting, indicates Scott has various mental health issues.
Anybody walking down the street pumping a shotgun with in a tourist area is, has some issues.
You know, he needed help, and I guess he couldn't get it. He was pretty sad.
James Sutherland suspects Scott's mental well-being was suffering. He says Granny's Kitchen, a few doors down, tried helping the suspect in an attempt to stop him from yelling at those passing by.
They gave him breakfast, you know, being nice to him. He threw it on the ground, and he said, "Well, hey, you call the police on me? I'm the Secret Service." And then he starts whipping out his gun.
Larry Ryan, a man who runs a shop right across the street from the shooting location, voiced his main concern. He said, "I'm not against weapons at all. My concern is where somebody like that would get a weapon." The case was investigated by the Arkansas State Police, the FBI, and special agents with the ATF. Scott was later indicted by a federal grand jury in April 2019 on charges including assault resulting in serious bodily injury and assault with intent to do bodily harm. On November 27, 2023, the Honorable Chief Judge Susan O. Hickey sentenced Scott to 20 years in federal prison on both counts. He is currently serving out his sentence and will be nearly 60 years old when he has completed serving his time in 2043.
Now, this is something that no officer wants to experience. When police officers go into the police academy, a lot of thoughts are going through your mind. You're excited, you're nervous, and many officers may not want to admit it, but part of you is afraid because deep inside your mind, you know the possibility of what could happen.
I'm just watching videos while I'm sitting here.
And we responded.
So that's what I do when I'm... Drop the gun! Oh, shit.
That was a Chicago police officer's own weapon. One round, fired by Officer Joseph Napoleon through the rear windshield of a parked Jeep. The man beside him asks, "Was that him?" And Napoleon says, "Yeah." He is not lying. He will tell investigators later that he did not know he had fired until he watched his own body camera video 5 weeks afterwards. In that second, on that street, the answer goes out into the morning, and nobody corrects it. What follows is 79 seconds long. Everything you are about to see and hear was published by the Civilian Office of Police Accountability, Chicago's own oversight agency. 27 body-worn cameras across 3 agencies.
I'm just getting
a
trailer tire replaced.
2 radio channels.
In the meantime, I'm
4
watching videos on YouTube.
3 tactical response reports, a 30-page final summary report, and the superintendent's signature on the discipline. It is public because Chicago's municipal code and a federal consent decree require it to be. The subject of the case is a man. COPA redacted his name from every page of its report. Chicago news outlets identified him as Clevante White. That is where the name in this episode comes from, and it is worth knowing which parts of a record are the record and which parts are not. In December of 2020, a Cook County judge issued a warrant for his arrest. Multiple counts of aggravated criminal sexual assault and violating electronic monitoring. He had cut off the monitor. 2 days before this morning, the task force looking for him learned that he carried a weapon and that he did not want to go back to jail. None of that is in dispute, and none of it is the question here. Because the question Copa is asking is narrower than the one you might expect. It is not deciding whether this was legal. Footnote in its own report says so plainly. Copa applies the department's rules, and the department's rules are stricter than the Constitution. An officer can do something a court would never punish and still break General Order 0302. That is the whole frame. Keep it in mind, because it explains an ending that will otherwise make no sense. 9:40 in the morning, the 9th of July, 2021. West Garfield Park, on the west side of Chicago. The Great Lakes Regional Fugitive Task Force sets up on a black Jeep near Kilpatrick Avenue and Monroe Street. A United States Marshal named Justin McLeod.
I'm heading right here to Bloomsburg to drop this trailer, and then I'm picking up an empty trailer with a hole in the roof, and I'm bringing it to the yard, and then I got to load at the yard going over to Jersey. I'm not going to make it all the way to Jersey. I'll probably make it over to Frystown, and that's about it. As a matter of fact, let me check. I got 7 hours right now of drive time and 9 hours to do it. So it ain't going to take me that long. Yeah, I'll probably get over to Frystown. So I'm going to continue watching this, listening to this video. Listening to this video.
Investigators from the Cook County Sheriff's Police. By 9:44, they have a perimeter. 2 vehicles south of the Jeep, 2 vehicles north of it. They ask Chicago police for assistance over 11th District Radio, Zone 10. At 22 seconds past 9:44, the first camera in this release starts recording. From here until the end, almost every minute of this has a timestamp burned into the corner of it by the camera that made it. This is the earliest thing anybody says to him on any tape, about 4 minutes before the first round is fired. Get out of the car. It is on 2 separate cameras.
Once I get to Frystown,
for the next 4
Pennsylvania.
minutes, that is the whole event. Man in a parked Jeep, blocked in, and a widening ring of armed people asking him to come out. At around 9:45, the first Chicago officers arrive. A beat car goes to the radio to say what it sees.
There goes my
and this
ham
is the
steak
sentence
again.
the rest of the morning has to be measured against.
Again, is the vehicle stopped or is it in motion? It's blocked in, not going anywhere.
It's stopped. It's blocked. It's blocked in. It's not going anywhere. That is the situation. Contained. A vehicle that cannot move on a residential street in daylight with more police arriving every minute. At 52 seconds past 9:45, 2 cameras go live in the same second. They belong to Officer Cameron Mays and Officer Joseph Napoleon. That word, live, is doing something specific. An Axon camera is always seeing. It only starts hearing when the officer presses the button. So for the 60 seconds before that, both cameras have a picture and total silence. What you are looking at in those frames is a recording nobody had yet decided to make. At 22 seconds past 9:47, another camera starts. It is the one that will end up carrying the single most important frame in this entire case. And 1 second before it starts, a different camera records the order that switched it on. Put the camera on. Then 2 crews on 2 agencies' radios spending the next 15 seconds asking each other whether the thing is actually recording. Something else runs all the way through this window before anyone has fired anything. It is said again and again by different voices on at least 4 cameras.
Everyone take cover when they come up on the scene here.
You guys take cover. Take cover if you're rolling it.
All right. Good night, Shirley.
Watch your crossfire too.
Be safe. God bless. You're welcome back anytime. Welcome back, Betty.
Take cover. All right. Anybody out there, take cover. We got the mail inside this team.
He's moving in the car.
Watch your crossfire. They are standing in a ring around a vehicle they have blocked in, and they are already warning each other that they are in each other's line of fire. Remember that. It becomes the whole geometry of what happens next. And then, at 46 seconds past 9:46, one of the Cook County investigators says the thing that the rest of this hour will keep returning to. His name is Webb. He is behind a ballistic shield, looking at the Jeep.
He's got a gun, he's pointing it at everybody. I don't know if it's real or not.
He's got a gun, he's pointing it at everybody. I don't know if it's real or not. 1 minute and 46 seconds before anybody fires a shot, an officer on that scene says out loud that he does not know whether the gun is real. Another Cook County investigator, Messina, is calling out gun, gun, gun. And Messina told Copa that at the same time he could hear the man inside the Jeep, that what he was shouting over and over was no, no, no. Marshall McLeod makes a plan, and he says it out loud too. He and Webb will hold their shields side by side, McLeod behind them. They will walk up to the back of the Jeep, and McLeod will smash out the rear windshield so they can see inside. You guys understand? Yep. Hold on to that, because in about 30 seconds, a rear windshield is going to come apart, and the sound it makes is going to be interpreted by 9 people at once.
In the stack. We are going to walk up to the back of the window and I'm going to crash it out. So we get a visual on him. You guys understand?
Yep. Hey, he's aiming. He's aiming. He's aiming the gun, dude.
Napoleon, moving up behind the shield. Hey, he's aiming. He's aiming. He's aiming the gun. Dude, at 28 seconds past 9:48, one camera, still silent, shows the shield already up and moving. 4 seconds later, everything that has been contained for 4 minutes and 10 seconds stops being contained. 32 seconds past 9:48, Officer Napoleon fires 1 round. The rear windshield shatters. He will later say he saw the gun come up toward him. He is the only person who fires, and he fires once. 4 seconds later, Officer Mays goes to the radio and calls a 10-1. Officer needs help. Shots fired. Copa's report states that the call was not recorded by the emergency center. That is Copa's finding, and it is the only thing anybody can honestly say about it, because nothing in this release is running early enough to check. Officer Flynn, who has not fired and who will not fire at all this morning, says the next thing: drop the gun. Drop the gun. Is he hit?
I was in the
at 41 seconds.
I was in the garage
9:48,
10 minutes
Officer
later.
Esquivel presses record. 9 seconds after the first shot. His camera has been watching this street for 2 minutes and has heard none of it. That is a violation, and Copa will sustain it. It is also the reason the record of the beginning is thinner than it should be. 44 seconds past 9:48, the premise goes on the air for the first time.
Shots fired at 109.
Shots fired at the police. 109 South Kilpatrick. 47 seconds past 9:48. Marshall McLeod fires roughly 11 rounds. 4 seconds past 9:49. This is the big one. McLeod, Napoleon, Mays, and Esquivel all firing at once. At least 40 shots. Sergeant Michaeline Johnson puts out a 10-1. Shots fired at police, and calls for SWAT. 24 seconds past 9:49. Napoleon shouts, "He's moving," and fires 4 more rounds. Read that carefully. At this point, he is the only officer on that street who is firing. 34 seconds past 9:49. Napoleon fires 3 more. Again, alone. 46 seconds past 9:49. First emergency call comes in from a woman who has just driven through the middle of it.
Gunshots fired on Kilpatrick and Monroe. I just passed through there. Thank God I didn't get shot. They're going crazy over there. Many, at least 16.
Thank God I didn't get shot. They're going crazy over there. The call taker asks her how many shots. Many, at least 16. 51 seconds past 9:49, Officer Mays fires 4 rounds. They are the last shots fired that morning. 79 seconds, first round to last. Popa puts the total at approximately 71 rounds. The Illinois State Police Laboratory matched 64 cartridge cases on that street to the 4 officers' weapons. 2 seconds past 9:50, a second emergency call.
It's constant shooting. I don't know where it is because I'm on the floor, but it sounds like it's on my block somewhere.
Okay, how many shots? It's just constant?
Oh my God. It's well over 20.
It's constant shooting. I don't know where it is, because I'm on the floor. It's well over 20. 20 seconds past 9:50, and this is the sentence that matters more than any of the ones before it. It goes out to the whole zone. It is on 2 separate cameras, so it is not one transcript's mistake.
And we do not know of anybody being struck. We have shots fired at the police. Everybody use extreme caution, take cover. Unknown number of occupants inside that Jeep.
We do not know of anybody being struck. We have shots fired at the police. Everybody use extreme caution. Shots fired at the police. Nobody shot at the police. A Chicago police officer fired 1 round through a windshield and did not tell anyone he had done it. And from that second onward, the city's response is built on a thing that did not happen.
We need more shields. We need more shields. We got SWAT en route over there. Shots. The SWAT is being notified. We got shots fired at the police.
And the response keeps growing. SWAT en route. More shields. More cars. More units. Every one of those calls is a correct, professional reaction to a report that is wrong. Nobody on that radio ever finds out. Correction does not come that morning, or that week. Napoleon will not know it himself until the 16th of August. Sergeant Johnson leaves cover and physically pushes Napoleon backwards. He argues with her order to pull back and unholsters his weapon. She has him removed from the scene.
We need a shield, Sarge.
You can't shield in front of another shield. Throw it down. You can't shield in front of another shield. I need you to pull back.
Sarge, what? We're in the middle of the Sarge. Come on, how are you stopping me?
At 25 seconds past 9:51, investigator Webb says he's got a gun in his hand, reaches in through the shattered rear window, and takes the weapon out of the Jeep.
All right, I'm gonna reach in for the weapon. That's good, I got the gun.
They got the gun. Oh, really? Yeah. And then somebody on the radio asked the question nobody had thought to ask.
Hey, do we have additional people inside that Jeep? Are we just looking at one offender? Alright, no one. Alright, so the Jeep is empty. Offender.
Do we have additional people inside that Jeep? Are we just looking at one offender? Alright, no one, so the Jeep is empty. A minute earlier, the air had said unknown number of occupants. There was 1. There had only ever been 1.
Well, you got cars coming hostile. There's a lot of units over here.
Clear out if you're on scene. Clear out. Anybody from 10, make your way back to the 10th district. Anybody else, slow it down. There's enough cars on scene.
And from here, the radio spends the rest of the morning trying to make police stop arriving. We've got enough cars. We got cars coming in hot still. Tell them to slow it down. There's a lot of units over here. Anybody from 10, make your way back to the 10th district. Clear, you're on scene. That is the response. Still growing. Minutes after the only person it was ever aimed at is lying in the back of an empty Jeep. 37 seconds past 9:52. They are rolling him over to render aid. Listen to all of it, including what comes after.
He's got 1 in the head.
Don't call it out.
Hold on, he's still breathing. He's still breathing.
There's a lot of people trying to walk that way. So just tell them they're coming today.
Hey, we need a perimeter around there, please. Perimeter. Keep out any spectators.
He's got 1 in the head. No, don't call it out. Just don't call it out. And then, immediately, we got an ambulance coming. And start blocking this out. And a block in each direction. 17 seconds later, on the same camera, hold on. He's still alive. He's still breathing. In the same minute, on the radio, there's a lot of people starting to walk that way. We need a perimeter. What don't call it out meant is not in this record. The record does not say, and neither will I. What the record does say is that they had nothing to treat him with.
You got any medical gear? Yeah, medical shit. Watch out. What do you need? What do you want? Any kind of gauze, bandages, anything?
We got any medical stuff? We got any medical gear? Any kind of gauze, bandages, anything? At around 9:54, they begin compressions. His mouth is blue. And then, Standing over the pistol where it fell in the Jeep, one of the officers says something that will not be confirmed by a laboratory for months.
The weapon's right here. Just leave it. Just leave it. Pull it up some more. Pull it up 1 foot. Okay, there you go. Right there. Right there. Yeah, I don't know where the magazine is.
The weapon's right here. Just leave it. Just leave it. Yeah, I don't know where the magazine is. 26 seconds past 9:55, the dispatcher states the time out loud, the way dispatchers do.
Offender has been struck and is down. Council time now is 0955 hours. Ambulance is on scene.
Offender has been struck and is down. Control time now is 0955 hours. Ambulance is on scene. It is the last thing the radio says about him. And it is still wrong about what started it. Around the same minute, Lieutenant Samuel Derry asks Napoleon whether he fired. First, yeah. Neither Napoleon nor Mays notifies the emergency center that they discharged their weapons. 10:22. He is pronounced dead at Mount Sinai Hospital. The next day, the Cook County Medical Examiner counts 16 gunshot wounds. Right temple, right side of the neck, under the right arm, and the back. Manner of death, homicide. The weapon taken out of the Jeep is a Stallard Arms JS 9mm pistol, and here is what the laboratory found in it. No magazine, no live rounds, and not one cartridge case, and not one bullet recovered anywhere on that street was fired from it. Now the careful part, because this is where a story like this usually overreaches. The report also records that the pistol was in operable condition, that his fingerprint was on it, that his DNA was on it, and that gunshot residue was found on his hands, which is what you would expect of anyone that close to 71 rounds. The claim is not that this gun could not be fired. Claim is only, and precisely, that it was not fired on that street. The laboratory attributed the cartridge cases like this. Napoleon, 23. McLeod, 15. Esquivel, 14. Mays, 12. And Clevante White, 0. And then there are the reports the officers wrote afterwards. All 3 Chicago officers filed a tactical response report. All 3 of them state that he shot at the officers. Set that beside Officer Flynn, who was there, and who did not fire. He told COPA he could not discern any threat in the car. He denied ever seeing a firearm inside the Jeep at all. And beside Investigator Webb, who was closest, behind the shield, and who also did not fire, Webb could not fully explain why not, except that he had thought the gun might not be real because it looked big and boxy, and that he thought the man wanted to commit suicide by police. There is a rule that fits this exactly. General Order 0302-03. An officer shall not discharge a firearm when the person fired at is not clearly visible. Every officer who fired described the Jeep's windows as tinted. Officer Flynn gave those same tinted windows as his reason for not firing. Before the findings, the counterweight, in full, because it is in the report and it deserves to be. The department's own standard says use of force is judged on the totality of the circumstances known to the officer at the time, from the perspective of a reasonable officer on the scene, and not with the benefit of 20/20 hindsight. They believed they were being shot at. That belief was sincere, was also false, and it was created by one of their own. Every allegation that an officer discharged a firearm without justification, not sustained. And now read what not sustained actually means, in COPA's own words. COPA also lacks clear and convincing evidence that Officer Napoleon's use of deadly force was lawful and proper, and should therefore be exonerated. 4 findings were available to them. 4 findings were available to them. Exonerated was one of them. COPA declined to exonerate anyone. What was sustained? None of the 3 officers notified the emergency center that they had fired, which the rules require immediately, and Napoleon a second time, for being inattentive to duty by inaccurately identifying Clevante White as the source of the first gunshot. That is the Chicago Police Department's own finding. On the word yeah, the superintendent, David O. Brown, concurred in full on the 24th of February, 2023. Officer Napoleon, 180 days, Officer Esquivel, 2 days. Officer Mays, a reprimand. Nobody was charged. Nobody was dismissed. And these are the things this record does not contain, said plainly. Because a file is only honest if its holes are marked. Officer Mays's radio call cannot be tested against anything that was released. Not one of the neighbors who was canvassed saw who fired first. One of them saw officers walk up to the Jeep with their weapons not drawn. And the agency that published all of this removed his name from every page of it. I am not going to fill any of those in. That is what the record has. And that is where it stops.
And that all happened because one cop fired a shot and he didn't even realize he fired a shot. And they all thought the guy inside the vehicle shot at them. There was not one shot that resembled coming out of that car. That's horrible.
A supervisor is standing in a backyard in East Cleveland, behind a charter school, next to a 19-year-old who is bleeding on the ground. Officers are doing compressions on him. And the supervisor turns to the men around him and asks them a question.
You guys get your body cams on?
Yes,
sir.
Yeah.
You guys got your body cams on? Yes, sir. Every camera in that yard was running. Officers were recording, each other recording. There are 24 video files in this case, and almost every one of them is a police officer's own camera, switched on, working, capturing everything, except one. The camera belonging to the sergeant who fired the shots came on during the foot chase and shut off about 2 seconds later. It was off when he pulled the trigger. There is no footage of the shooting. There is no footage of the seconds before it. There is no footage of the seconds after it. So this episode cannot tell you whether that shooting was lawful. Nothing in the public record can. That is not a gap in the story. That is the story. Everything you are about to see was published by the Ohio Attorney General's office. The Bureau of Criminal Investigation was the independent agency on this case. And when it was over, the Attorney General put the entire visual record on his own public channel. 24 files, 6 hours, body cameras, a gas station's cameras, a doorbell, and a school parking lot. We pulled 20 of them. 2 were unusable. 1 was withheld by the platform itself as too graphic, and 1, a nearly 4-hour interview with a private man who was never charged with anything and who cannot be found anywhere in the press, we made a decision not to use at all. What is left is 2 hours and 7 minutes, and it is enough. Tuesday, the 5th of January, 2021, a little after 10 in the morning, East Cleveland, Ohio, a city of about 13,000 people, wedged between Cleveland and Cleveland Heights. Sergeant Larry McDonald of the East Cleveland Police Department is on patrol. He is not alone. He is training another officer, who is in the car with him. That detail matters later, so hold on to it. A senior officer, demonstrating the job to a junior one. He notices a vehicle, and the reason he gives for stopping it is a loud muffler. Not a description matching a suspect. Not a stolen vehicle alert. An equipment violation. The kind of stop that, in a different city, on a different morning, ends with a piece of paper and a repair order. The car did turn out to have been reported stolen. It is important to be precise about when that was known. It had been reported stolen the previous October, 3 months earlier. The Attorney General's own account is that the car was later determined to be stolen. Later, the stop was for the muffler. The family has always said that Vincent had borrowed the car. That is their position, and it has never been tested in a courtroom, because nothing about this case ever reached one. The driver was Vincent Belmonte. He was 19 years old. He was born on the 14th of September 2001. Some of the first day reporting called him 18.
Same age as my son.
Those outlets corrected themselves within months, and every source since has said 19. He was not alone in the car either. There were other people in it. The press has never named them. No charges against them were ever reported, and they are private people. They will not be named here, and they will not be shown. The car does not stop. What follows is a short pursuit through the streets of East Cleveland, and it does not go well for anyone. The car strikes fixed objects. Its tires are damaged, and at some point in those few minutes, it catches fire. This is the vehicle a few streets away, burning in the road on Allendale. That is a police officer on the radio, telling the fire department where to come.
The fire by that vehicle is fully engulfed on the ground.
Two of them went west, through a field, toward Euclid Avenue. Officers lost them almost immediately, and by their own account on tape, they stopped looking.
There were other passengers that fled on foot. This way, westbound through the field back here, we lost them. We went after the driver.
Vincent Belmonte ran the other way, behind the houses, toward the back of a charter school called Apex Academy, with Sergeant McDonald behind him. And at a chain link fence in a backyard, it ends. 3 shots. Now, here is where this episode has to slow down and be careful. Because here is where the record runs out. Everything you are about to hear about what happened at that fence
William,
comes from one of 2 places.
I'm getting tires
replaced. It is either
right now.
Sergeant McDonald's own account of it, given out loud at the scene and later to investigators. Or it is the Attorney General's summary of Sergeant McDonald's account. There is no third source. There is no camera. There is no independent witness who saw it. This is the first time he describes it to a supervisor minutes afterwards on that supervisor's camera.
They bailed. We chased them.
They bailed. We chased them. Notice what happens immediately, before he has said anything else.
You had no choice. You had no choice, sir. Sorry.
No investigator has arrived. No statement has been taken. Nobody has spoken to a single witness. Nobody has looked at any footage, and there is no footage of the shooting to look at. And the conclusion has already been offered to him, out loud, by the people standing next to him. It is said more than once, on more than one camera, by more than one voice.
As clear as ever, it was you or him, right?
And on a second officer's camera, in the first minutes, before anything at all had been established.
Okay, he was going to use that shit on you, but you got him, you got it? You took care of it.
None of those men saw the shooting either. None of them could have. They were all running through other people's backyards when the shots went off. Here is one of them saying exactly that.
I was recording the whole time. I didn't get him, I didn't get to shoot. I cut through the houses eastbound and I went to cut him off and I heard the shots go off and hit the fence.
His camera was on. He was recording the whole time.
Let's see. Okay.
He did not get it because he was not there yet, which was true of everybody, except the one man who was. This is Sergeant McDonald's own account, in his own words, at the scene. It is the fullest version of it that exists on any tape in this case. The driver was running. I was running behind him the whole time. He kept trying to get that gun out. We got to the fence, jumped over the fence. I kept yelling. He grabbed a hold of the gun. He went to, and that is where we are going to stop it. Not because the recording.
I'm just gonna. Can you tell me what your mileage is? I gotta give your key back.
300,025. I turned it over today.
Alright. Do you know if she has your VIN number already?
No.
Take a picture of that here. Good. Alrighty. I'll go do my side and then in like 2 or 3 minutes just head in there, she'll have paper for you to sign, then you're good to go.
Yeah, I think she's calling the dispatcher.
Yeah.
stops. Because of what happens next on the tape, we transcribed every file in this case twice, with 2 different systems, on purpose, so that the 2 could be checked against each other. On almost every line in this episode, they agree. On this line, at this exact moment, the most important sentence in the entire body of evidence, they do not. One of them hears a first-person admission of
let me go in here real quick. I'm not done yet.
No, you're good. I gotta find a safety vest for your truck.
Here, you want one? Okay.
It's a 2X. I'm gonna swim in it, but it's okay.
That went smooth for him. I told him to have him move because I wasn't going to go out there and tell him.
Firing. The other hears a passive sentence that does not say who fired at all.
He knew.
What's that?
Oh, yeah.
They are not the same sentence. And the diff...
All right. Let's do this.
With two different systems, on purpose, so that the two could be checked against each other. On almost every line in this episode, they agree. On this line, at this exact moment, the most important sentence in the entire body of evidence, they do not. One of them hears a first-person admission of firing. The other hears a passive sentence that does not say who fired at all. They are not the same sentence, and the difference between them is the whole question. So it does not go on the screen, not as audio, not as text, not in a paraphrase. An account of a shooting that breaks off mid-sentence is closer to what this record actually contains than either version we could have chosen. What the Attorney General's office would later say, summarizing that account, was this. As Belmonte is reaching into his hoodie, he attempted to pull out his handgun. And it was at that time Sergeant McDonald discharged 3 rounds from his police-issued firearm. Read that sentence again and notice what it is. It is a description of an intention. He attempted to pull out his handgun. That is a claim about what was in a 19-year-old's mind in the last second of his life, made by an office that had no video of it, based on the account of the only living person who was there. A handgun was recovered. That is not in dispute. A 9mm with an extended magazine. Where it was recovered from is a different question, and it is the question this case has never resolved. This is the aftermath. Officers are on the ground with him, behind Apex Academy. The first thing you hear on this tape is not a radio call.
Give me gloves now! Give me gloves! I got any extra gloves? No, I got extra gloves. Gloves. Give me gloves, give me gloves. Gloves. And I'm gonna start compressions. No, gloves.
They did not have gloves. They did compressions anyway. They kept doing them for a long time. And there is no version of this story in which that is not true.
You got calls, but no breath. Brother, help is on the way. Everybody get some help, alright, brother? I know you heard me. Stay in there, man. Hang in there, man. I know you can hear me. Stay with us, man. Stay with us. You stay with us. He ain't gone.
And in the middle of all that, an officer going through his pockets says a sentence out loud that 2 different cameras, standing in 2 different places, both recorded.
We got his documentation on something? Yes, already granted.
Oh. I got a muscle spasm again. What the heck? Thank God I wasn't driving. I don't know why. I had to get out and stretch it. I still gotta stretch it. Welcome back, Ken and Michelle. Welcome back, William.
The gun was in his front hoodie pocket. We got his identification. Brother, help is on the way. All right, about to get some help. All right, brother. I know you heard me. Stay in there, man. Hang in there, man. I know you can hear me. Stay with us, man. Stay with us. You stay with us. He ain't gone.
And in the middle of all that, an officer going through his pockets says a sentence out loud that 2 different cameras standing in 2 different places both recorded.
We got his identification off of him? Yes, I already granted. The gun was in his front hoodie pocket. We got his identification off of him? Yes, sir. The gun was in his front hoodie pocket. Okay.
Cell phone or anything?
That line is the most heavily corroborated thing in this entire case. It is on this camera, it is on a second officer's camera filming the same moment from a different angle, and it was reported by a Cleveland newsroom in June of that year off a 3rd copy of the footage that the family released themselves. The Attorney General's account is that Vincent Belmonte was reaching into his hoodie and attempting to pull the handgun out when he was shot. Minutes later, officers standing over him find the handgun in that pocket. The family's lawyer put their position plainly. We think it's very unlikely that Vincent put the gun back in his pocket after being shot. The city's position from the police chief was the opposite. He said the city believed the chest wound was the first one, which would mean he had to be facing the officer, contrary to what the family is purporting. This episode is not going to tell you which of those is true. It cannot. Neither could the medical examiner, who could not determine which of the 3 rounds killed him. And neither could a camera, because the camera was off. Somewhere in those same minutes, one of the officers looks down at the person on the ground and asks the only question that nobody there can answer.
Right, this kid, how old is he? Not sure.
He was 19. His name was Vincent Belmonte. He was pronounced dead that day. Now the camera itself, because the department did look at that, and it looked at it fast. Sergeant McDonald told investigators that he inadvertently turned off his body-worn camera while he was chasing Vincent Belmonte. That is his explanation, and it is the only explanation on the record. The department's own review found a violation. In April, 3 months after the shooting, the East Cleveland police chief decided what to do about it. A written reprimand. Additional training. No suspension. The chief's own words were that body camera is actually a Class 2 offense, so it's not a fireable offense. He also said, "It's horrible, and I wish we had body camera footage." That chief was Scott Gardner. 4 years later, he was indicted on 24 counts of his own. 23 of them were dismissed, and he pleaded guilty to a single charge of failing to pay his taxes. Those 2 facts are not reported as connected to each other. They are simply both true, and they are both about the same department. In October of 2021, a Cuyahoga County grand jury declined to indict Sergeant Larry McDonald. No charges. The Attorney General announced it on the 22nd at a press conference. The day before, his office had published all 24 video files to the internet. A grand jury made up of Cuyahoga County citizens determined that Sergeant Larry McDonald acted within the bounds of the law. That is, the Attorney General, Dave Yost. He also said he performed his duty protecting the lives of other innocent people. Vincent Belmonte's mother was listening to that. Afterwards, she said this: "I am infuriated right now. You took my baby away from me." And you did it on purpose. And then she said, "The thing that this whole case keeps coming back to. You basically told me this morning that my son was killed because of a loud muffler. Larry McDonald is in prison now. It is very important that you understand what for, because it is not this." In January of 2025, a jury convicted him of tampering with records, tampering with evidence, telecommunications fraud, 3 counts of obstructing official business, and 2 counts of dereliction of duty. He was sentenced to 4 years and ordered to permanently surrender his license to be a police officer in Ohio. None of that is about Vincent Belmonte. The prosecutor's own release describes two entirely separate vehicle pursuits, one in March of 2022 and one in March of 2023. Belmonte is not mentioned in it anywhere. What he was convicted of was concealment. In the first of those pursuits, he did not tell other responding officers or the neighboring police department that a pursuit was happening. The man he was chasing crashed into multiple vehicles and was pronounced dead. In the second, the driver crashed into a bus stop, and McDonald saw the crash and left the scene without reporting that any of it had occurred. He was a sergeant in 2021. By the time of the second pursuit, he was a commander. He resigned in 2023, and the conviction was upheld on appeal in February of this year. He is not the only one. Since August of 2022, at least 18 East Cleveland police officers have been indicted for crimes committed on the job.
I have heard.
Not accused in a lawsuit. Indicted. 11 of them in a single announcement in March of 2023 for civil rights violations and public corruption, arising from 31 separate incidents over 4 years.
Well, because they beat up
the
one
county
guy.
prosecutor described what he had found in that department as a cancer growing. The mayor of East Cleveland was convicted of 10 corruption counts and removed from office. So was a city councilman. The police chief, who replaced Scott Gardner, left after racist and anti-Semitic messages on his phone were made public. It would be very easy, at this point, to draw a line from all of that back to a backyard on the 5th of January, 2021, and say that this is what a department like that produces. This episode is not going to draw that line, because the record does not support it. A grand jury heard this case and returned nothing. What came afterwards came afterwards. The sequence is the fact. What it means is not established, and pretending otherwise would be doing exactly what the men in that yard did within 90 seconds of the shots. But there is one thing that the whole of it does establish, and it is not about any individual officer. Every safeguard in this story was working, except the one that was supposed to answer the only question that mattered. The gas station camera worked. The doorbell camera worked. The school's parking lot camera worked. 18 body cameras worked. An independent state agency investigated. The Attorney General published every frame of it, unprompted, to the public internet. And at the center of all that machinery, there is a hole about 2 seconds wide, and nothing anyone has done since has been able to fill it. In August of 2025, more than 4 years after Vincent Belmonte died, the mayor of East Cleveland reopened the case and hired a special investigator to look at all the evidence again. He said the camera being turned off had put the city in danger. Vincent's sister asked for one thing. If we are going to reopen the case, I want this investigation to be a real investigation. I just want all the details to be out this time. As of the making of this episode, no result of that reinvestigation has been reported. The case is open. Everything in this episode came from files published by the Ohio Attorney General's office, from court records, and from contemporary news reporting. Where two accounts disagreed, we... Three days before he died, Patrick Horton called the police on himself. He told them he was being followed. He told them he did not feel safe. He told them he wanted to go to the hospital. Then he told them he had a gun in his pocket, and he handed it over before anyone asked him to. The officers wrote it down in their own report. Quote, "The revolver and live rounds were confiscated without incident. They drove him to Metro Health for a psychological evaluation." That was Thursday. On Sunday afternoon, at the corner of East 12th Street and Superior Avenue in downtown Cleveland, 2 Cleveland police officers fired 44 rounds at him. This is the public record of what happened in between, and of the questions the record does not answer.
Wow.
Everything you are about to see and hear comes from documents and video released by the Ohio Attorney General from the investigation carried out by the Cuyahoga County Sheriff's Department under incident number 21-201-75418. Where the record contradicts itself, we will say so. Where it is silent, we will say that too. Start with Thursday, the 9th of December, 2021. At 10:50 in the morning, 2 Cleveland police cars are dispatched to a house on West 20th Street. The call is logged as stalking. The officers meet Patrick Horton. In their report, he is the victim. They write that he appeared paranoid and scared. They write that he did not believe they were the police and asked them to call another zone car to prove that they were. He tells them he is being followed by multiple people everywhere and that he does not know who they are. He tells them he feels like everyone is watching him and that he is not safe, so he wanted to go to the hospital. Before they put him in the car, they ask if they can pat him down. He tells them, before they touch him, that there is a loaded firearm in his left front pants pocket. He says he got it for protection. He tells them there is more ammunition in his chest pocket. They recover a .38 caliber revolver and 7 additional rounds. He also produces a small bag of what he says is marijuana and sets it on the trunk of the police car himself. The officers run him for warrants. There is a traffic warrant out of Cleveland. There is an unconfirmed traffic warrant out of Strongsville. That is all there is. As they are preparing to leave, a woman approaches them. Her name is Brittany Park. She tells them she is his girlfriend, that they have been together about a month, and that she is worried about him. She says he has become very paranoid lately and thinks everyone is out to get him. She says he has been drinking a lot and that she had been hiding the alcohol in her house. The report records that she fears for his safety and that she just wants him to get some help. At the bottom of the page, the officers write 2 lines. Patrick was advised that he was to be a named suspect for this report and conveyed Patrick to Metro for a psychological evaluation. Now look at how those 2 lines were entered into the Cleveland Police database, because his own file records both 3/4 of an hour apart. 9 December 2021, 10:47. Report number ending 373274. Subject type, victim. Incident type, menacing. 9 December 2021, 11:41. Report number ending 373323. Subject type, suspect. Incident type, carrying a concealed weapon. And crisis intervention, 54 minutes. He went from victim to suspect in 54 minutes. And the second entry has the words crisis intervention printed on it. Patrick Darrell Horton was 39 years old. He was born in Meridian, Mississippi on the 26th of July, 1982. He had 3 children. At his death, they were 13, 9, and 7, and they lived with their mother. He had never married. His mother, Marie Horton, lived on East 61st Street in Cleveland. He was staying on the west side with a relative. When detectives spoke to his mother after he died, she told them that she had advised him he needed to go get some help. So 3 people, independently, in the days before he was killed, asked for the same thing. He asked to go to the hospital. His girlfriend said she just wants him to get some help. His mother said she told him he needed to go get some help. He did go to the hospital. What happened there is not in the released record. There is one more thing in the file about the days before, and it concerns a second gun. The revolver taken from him on Thursday went into a police locker. It is not the weapon at the scene on Sunday. The weapon at the scene on Sunday is a 9mm pistol made in Brazil, recovered as item 95. The federal firearms trace shows it was bought on the 1st of August, 2021 from a dealer in Middleburg Heights. Time to crime, in the tracing center's own phrase, 133 days. The trace also records a single sentence about the sale. Quote, no Form 447-3 for the transaction could be found. That is the federal record every dealer is required to keep for every sale. In this case, it could not be produced. The person named as the purchaser is a private individual who has been accused of nothing and is not named here. Sunday, the 12th of December, 2021. It is a Browns game day. The bars downtown are open. At 11 minutes past 3 in the afternoon, Cleveland Dispatch broadcasts a radio call. A male in the area of Superior Avenue and East 18th Street, waving a gun and firing it into the air. Inside Masthead Brewing Company on Superior, a man named Kevin Horrocks sees someone outside with a gun in his right hand. He tells detectives the man fired 3 rounds into the air. Patrons run for the back of the bar.
And then he shot it up in the air. I heard 3 times.
Around what time, approximately?
That's going to be the tough part, right?
A woman had just stepped out to get her car, leaving her 13-month-old child inside with a friend. She comes back through the door on the phone with police, saying there is a man shooting in the street. The staff lock the doors.
Shooting his gun in the middle of the street. Can you please lock the doors? The police say to please lock the...
A man named Elliot Feldman is out on the street. He sees the gun pointed upward. He watches the man walk past the brewery, looking in the window. When the man reaches East 12th, Feldman calls police.
It don't have to be, you know. I called 911 at 3:19, approximately 10 minutes earlier, so about 3:09.
On a balcony at East 12th Street, a man named Keith Williams is watching the Browns game. He hears a shot or two, comes outside, decides it is a typical Cleveland bar shooting, and goes back inside.
Weird, another typical Cleveland bar shooting, something like that, whatever.
Hold on to that detail. It tells you what this sounded like from a distance, to someone who lives there. Every witness who describes the shots before the police arrived describes them going into the air. Nobody describes him aiming at a person. Nobody is hit. 2 officers are on their way. They came on shift at 3 o'clock. This is the first call of their tour.
Blue overalls.
It'll be the north side of the street on the Texas white
blue or black overalls.
He's running down the bus stop right now. He's wearing the gray overalls.
Officer Sean Grace is 24 years old and has been a Cleveland police officer for 3 years. Officer Matthew Gulak is 27 and has been on the job for 1 year and 12 days. Grace is Gulak's field training officer. In his interview afterwards, Grace explains that once they signed into the unit, he had Gulak take the call for service.
We were walking out to our car, and then once we got signed in, I was FTOing, so I told Officer Gulak to go ahead and take that call, and we started.
Cleveland's own cars had no dashboard cameras. Both officers say so independently. Everything we have of the next 60 seconds comes from 3 body cameras and 6 phones.
Was your vehicle equipped with a dash cam?
I do not believe so. We don't have dash cams in Cleveland, from what I understand.
Officer Grace's body camera stamps the date and the time onto every frame it records. It shows him at that corner, out of the car, with his pistol already up, at 14 seconds past 3:20 in the afternoon.
Put it down! On the ground! Get on the ground! Don't touch that gun! Do not touch that gun!
What happens next is the contested ground in this case. So here is every account of it, one at a time, in the words of the people who gave them. The sheriff's investigators, who wrote the summary that night, Horton initially complied, putting the weapon on the ground and taking a step back. As the officers began approaching, he picked the weapon up and fired 8 shots in their direction. Officer Gulak, interviewed 37 days later, the male dropped the firearm and put his hands up and walked several steps towards them, and then quickly walked back towards the firearm, picks it up off the ground and shoots in their direction.
The male drops the firearm, puts his hands up, walks several steps towards us, and then quickly walks back towards the firearm, picks it up off the ground, and shoots in our direction. As he is picking up the gun, we tell him stop, but he...
Officer Grace, the same day. The male initially dropped the weapon, and Grace ordered him to step back and get on the ground. He took a half step back, looked over, and began to move towards the weapon.
And he did initially drop the weapon. I told him to step back, get on the ground, and he kind of took like a half step back, looked over, and then started moving towards the weapon, and we started telling him not to touch it, and he eventually got to the weapon, picked it up.
An off-duty Cleveland officer named Bruce Smith had just finished a 7-to-3 shift and was in the area. He described the man throwing his hands in the air, then setting the gun down on the ground and lifting his hands back up. Then, he says, suddenly going for the gun.
Dude puts his hands up, throws the gun down, puts his hands up again. They start walking.
Smith drew his own weapon and took cover behind his truck. Asked whether he fired, he answered, "I did not fire my weapon at all." And Elliot Feldman, the civilian on the street, it looked like the gunman dropped his weapon and put his hands up. Then the gunman reached back down for the gun, and that is when the officers engaged.
It looked like he dropped it, put his hands up, dropped back down to reach for the gun. That's when they engaged.
Read those 4 accounts together, and one thing is in every single one of them. The 2 officers who shot him, the off-duty officer who did not, and the civilian who called it in all say the same thing. He put the gun down first. 3 of them say his hands went up. Then, all 4 say he went back for it. What happens after that is measured in seconds. Grace says they exchanged gunfire. Gulak says he fired a full magazine, approximately 17 rounds. Grace says he fired somewhere between 22 and 25, went through a magazine, reloaded, and fired again.
Do you know how many times you shot your weapon?
I know that I shot a full magazine, which is approximately 17 rounds.
How many rounds you fired?
I know it was somewhere within like 22 to 25.
Did you shoot?
Feldman, watching from the street, says he saw the officers reload their weapons and then saw the gunman slump down.
And then I saw him duck behind the light pole, return fire. I saw the officers reload, and then I saw him slump down.
Keith Williams, the man on the balcony, had come back outside when he heard screaming. He started recording on his phone. He told detectives he heard officers yelling something like "drop the gun," but that he could not see clearly.
Yeah, they were screaming out before I turned on the video to put the gun down, and that's when I turned it on and all this happened.
So you say you heard?
Asked who shot first, Williams said he does not know, but that there was one shot, then a lot of shots.
I don't know who shot first. There was one shot, and then, yeah, just a lot of shots. I have it all on video.
We have 12 recordings of that volley. We are not going to tell you how many shots are on them, or in what order, because that measurement cannot be made honestly from this material, and we tried. The phone microphones are saturated. The intersection is a canyon between tall buildings, and every report comes back off the walls 2 or 3 more times. What the record supports is what the people who were there said, and no more. At 24 minutes and 22 seconds past 3, the emergency medical dispatch system creates an event. Description reads, "Unknown problem, person down, life status questionable. Stop on that number because it does not fit." Sheriff's report says the officers arrived shortly before 24 minutes past 3, and the incident report's own time of occurrence field says 3:24 exactly. But the body cameras were running on their own clocks, and those clocks can be checked. A third officer's camera, on a different tape entirely, switched itself on at 9 seconds past 3:11 in the afternoon, the same minute as the radio call. Both cameras at that corner stamp the shouted commands ending at 19 seconds past 3:20, and the gunfire is the next thing on the recording. The emergency event was created 4 minutes after that, and its call source is listed as Cleveland Police. We are not going to tell you where those 4 minutes went, because 2 dispatch systems and a relay between them sit inside that gap, and the released record does not show us the inside of it. We are stating the 3 timestamps and stopping there. Medic 28 is dispatched at 25:05. It arrives on scene at 26:44. At 31:45, the record reads, "Confirmed trauma arrest." The ambulance leaves the scene at 40 minutes and 55 seconds past 3 after 14 minutes on the corner, and reaches Metro Health Medical Center 5 minutes later. Patrick Horton is pronounced dead at 4:15 in the afternoon by Dr. Laura Brown. A sheriff's detective is sent to the hospital. He records that Horton's hands were bagged for further testing, collects his clothing and his tourniquets, and logs them into evidence. Now the physical evidence, because this is where the record is at its clearest. The Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation processed the intersection and numbered 94 items. The item accounting reconciles exactly, so we can tell you precisely what was on each corner. On the northeast corner, where the officers were, 44 spent cartridge cases, 1 unfired cartridge, and 2 Glock 17 round magazines dropped on the ground during the reloads. On the northwest corner, where Horton was, 8 spent cartridge cases, 11 unfired cartridges, loose on the pavement, 8 projectiles, and 5 fragments, and 6 items of his personal belongings. The sheriff's own report states the arithmetic plainly. Quote, Officers Grace and Gulak discharged a total of 44 rounds from their firearms, striking Horton 8 times. 44 rounds fired. 8 of them found him. The other 36 went somewhere, and the crime scene report tells you where some of them went. Across the intersection at 1111 Superior Avenue stand the offices of the Cleveland Metropolitan School District. Investigators recovered 8 projectiles and a fragment from inside that building. The report's own photographs show the ground floor windows blown out. More suspected impacts were noted high on the northwest face of the building, out of reach of investigators. It was a Sunday. The chief of police put out a news release asking anyone who worked in the buildings in the area to check for damage and report it. The pistol recovered at the scene had a magazine with a capacity of 12, containing 7 cartridges when it was examined. And there is one more search in that report that almost nobody has read. Investigators walked the block where witnesses said he had been firing into the air, the north sidewalk, and the street and curb of Superior between East 12th and East 13th. Their finding, in their own words, did not locate any cartridge cases. They searched the south side of that block for bullet impacts, and did not locate any. The autopsy was performed the following morning by the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner. Cause of death, multiple gunshot wounds of the head, trunk, and extremities. Manner of death, homicide. Homicide, on a death certificate, is a medical classification. It means a death caused by another person. It is not a finding of a crime, and it is not a verdict. It is the word the medical examiner uses when one person's actions ended another's life. Yes. 8 wounds, lettered A through H. 1 to the left cheek, which came to rest in the second vertebra of his neck. 1 to the mid-chest. 3 involving the left arm. 1 to the left thigh. 1 to the lower leg. 1 to the right ankle. 2 of them entered from behind. The wound to the thigh entered the back of the left thigh. The wound to the right ankle tracks slightly backwards, and in the middle of the wound descriptions, the medical examiner stops and adds a note that nobody asked him for. Gunshot wounds D and E show trajectories through the left arm into the trunk. Both are consistent with the arm being in a raised position at the time of injury. The pathologist, working from the body alone, without the witnesses and without the video, independently concluded that at least one arm was up. Toxicology came back with a small amount of THC and its metabolites, and nicotine, no alcohol, nothing else at all. The laboratory screened for opioids, fentanyl analogs, benzodiazepines, cocaine, amphetamines, and more, and everything came back negative. 3 days earlier, his girlfriend had told police he had been drinking heavily. On the day he died, there was none in him. 37 days after the shooting, on the 18th of January, 2022, the 2 officers gave their interviews. Officer Gulak was asked how many times the subject fired. His answer? I do not know. I cannot say specifically.
Do you know how many times that the subject fired at you guys?
I do not know. I cannot say specifically.
Officer Grace, who fired more rounds than anyone else at that intersection, was asked who fired first. His answer, it was very, very close. I can't say for sure who fired first. I just know once he turned towards us with the weapon, we started firing.
Back, you said that there was an exchange of gunfire. Okay. Did the subject fire at you guys first?
It was very, very close. I can't say for sure who fired first. I just know once he turned towards us with the weapon, we started firing. I don't know if he...
What'd you say?
Down here is letting you know we torque the lug nuts to 425 foot-pounds. Within 50 to 100 miles is the ideal range, but whenever you're able to stop at the next tier petrol if possible, get cursory torque. We greatly appreciate it. It's completely free. You just bring your paperwork in so they can sign you in. All they have to do is grab your mileage, and they give you a quick torque, and you're good to go. You just make sure that the lug nuts stay nice.
You said 50 miles?
50 to 100 is the ideal, but whenever you're able to.
It'll probably be in Jersey.
I need initial on the top, but then that one.
Okay. Be safe. God bless. I was gonna say you got my chucks. Thank you.
No problem. Have a great night.
Yep. You too. Be safe. God bless.
First,
he turned towards us with the weapon, we started firing.
Back, you said that there was an exchange of gunfire. Okay. Did the subject fire at you guys first?
It was very, very close. I can't say for sure who fired first. I just know once he turned towards us with the weapon, we started firing. I don't know if he shot first or who shot first.
Okay. Do you know about how...
That is the officer who fired between 22 and 25 rounds, telling investigators, under questioning, that he cannot say who started it. Both officers were asked whether they rendered first aid.
Take your gun out! Get the first aid kit! Get the first aid kit!
Gulak, who had retrieved the medical kit, was asked directly whether he provided aid. His answer, no, I did not.
You said that you got a medical kit? Correct. Okay, and did you perform any type of first aid on the subject?
No, I did not.
I do not know. I was walking back to the car with the firearm we recovered to put it in a safe place.
I don't know. I was walking back to the car with the firearm that we recovered to put it in a safe place. I know when I was walking away, I said start first aid.
Grace was asked if he was in fear for his life. His answer, during the incident, yes.
And during the incident, were you in fear of your life?
During the incident? Yes.
So that is what the record says. Here is what the record does not say, and these absences are worth stating carefully, because an absence is not an accusation. Patrick Horton's hands were bagged at the hospital, in the detective's own words, for further testing. There is no gunshot residue result anywhere in the released file. A firearms test fire submission sheet exists. There is no laboratory comparison report. Nothing in the released record matches the 8 cartridge cases on the northwest corner to his pistol by examination. It may be that both of those things were done and simply not released. The record as published does not contain them. And there is one more entry in the file, which requires no comment at all. Patrick Horton was pronounced dead at 4:15 in the afternoon. At 4:37, 22 minutes later, Cleveland police printed his juvenile file. Records from 1996 to 2000, when he was 14 to 17 years old. Occupation, student. School, high school. At 4:40, 3 minutes after that, they printed his adult file. That is a fact and not an accusation. The 2 timestamps are in the headers of the 2 documents. We are stating what they say and stopping there. It is worth being precise about what that adult file actually contains, because it has been described carelessly elsewhere. His arrest history runs from 2001 to 2013. The most recent entry is 8 years before he died. It is mostly contempt of court, trespass, drug possession, and traffic. 2 rows in that database carry the word homicide in a field labeled incident type. The charges actually attached to the more recent of the 2 are carrying a concealed weapon and an unregistered handgun. The older one lists him simultaneously as complainant and suspect, and carries no charges at all. He was 16. He was never charged with a homicide. We are saying that plainly, because his file, read quickly, could be made to say otherwise. The sheriff's investigation closes with one sentence about what comes next. This investigation will be submitted to the assigned special prosecutor for review.
We have Mike Hall. He's a special prosecutor out of the Franklin County Prosecutor's Office. He's going to be the prosecutor over this case.
The released record ends there. It does not contain a grand jury result.
Oh, wait a second. something to eat first. I got a free voucher, so I'm going to use it. Restaurant is closed. Damn it. Let me finish watching this. It's only a minute and a half left.
Lawsuit. We are not going to tell you how this ended, because the documents released to the public do not say, and we are not in the business of filling that space with a guess. What the record does establish is a sequence, and it is worth laying out one final time. On the 9th of December, Patrick Horton called the police because he was frightened, told them he wanted to go to the hospital, and handed over his gun. They logged him as a victim at 10:47 and as a suspect at 11:41 and drove him to a hospital for a psychological evaluation. 3 days later, he was in the middle of Superior Avenue with a different gun, firing it into the air, and 2 officers who had been on shift for 24 minutes were sent to the corner where he was standing. Every witness says he put it down. 3 say his hands went up. The medical examiner, who spoke to none of them, found that an arm was raised. Then he went back for it, and 44 rounds were fired, and 8 of them hit him, and 8 more went through the windows of a school district building across the street. The last thing in his file, printed 22 minutes after he was pronounced dead, is a record of a 14-year-old boy whose occupation was listed as student. Every document quoted in this episode is public. Every video is published by the Ohio Attorney General. Nothing here has been generated, reconstructed, or dramatized. And where the record is silent, we have left the silence in.
Well, all right. Well, here we go. And we're 12 minutes away from my delivery point. So now we're going to go down the river. On the road again. No, I had to wait until my repairs were done. Life goes on. We'll be all right. Say, where's my paperwork? Tell me somebody stole it. Yeah. You don't want somebody walking away from the truck because then they get lost and now you're stuck with a truck inside the garage. Judy, I won't tell you to take a walk. Take a breath. And then those big trucks were squeezing me out, so I couldn't get in this thing. Yeah, she ignores me all the time.
story. What the? I cropped it in Instagram. Drew hearts around the part where you were holding my hand. Posted it up, hashtag meant to be. Had everybody wishing they were me. But then, scrolling through your homepage last night, I saw a reflection in your glass of wine. So I walked in my room, turned on the light, got in my Facebook. I searched up your name just to be sure. I took one last look, and I blocked you. I blocked you from my wall. Yes, I blocked you. Deleted my number so you couldn't call. And you're not my profile picture.
You're not my profile
Still like that picture, so I just cut you out, and it's still my profile pic. It's got those obvious little edges where your face used to be, and it still makes my mom feel sick. So I walked in my room, turned on my light, got in my Facebook.
Book face.
I searched up your name just to be sure. I took one last look, and I blocked you. I blocked you from my wall. Yes, I blocked you. Deleted my number so you couldn't call. And you're not my profile picture anymore. So wait, how are you gonna see his stuff now? Oh yeah, I know I'm to unblock him.
I know, I blocked Rudy. Actually, my wife blocked them. I didn't block Rudy, my wife blocked him. Oh, come on. All right. So we don't need that. We need that. Oh, you weren't joking that day. All right, let me go and take care of this, guys. keep on calling this guy David Letterman. His name is David Fetterman. All right, let's see. So we're gonna do this. Status. Yard. Oh, I don't mind Violet and Lisa. I always try to have a peaceful stream, guys. I like to put a smile on everybody's face. Oh, Judy, you're not crazy. It's everybody else that's crazy. That's what I tell people about me. Yeah, Violet and Lisa, you can invite them to my page. If they don't meet our standards, they get blocked. That's just how I am. You know, there's a code of respect, and we don't cross that. I don't judge nobody. That's just how I am. I promise you guys. That's okay. Maybe I'll teach them how to respect people. That's all. That's the way that works. Ugh. Let me drop this trailer and we're going to go across the street and go get my red tag trailer. Hopefully it's still here. Hopefully they didn't load it up. A Lisa that comes on my page every so often. I haven't had to block her yet. Yeah, it's all good, girl. Keep your chin up, your spirits high, positive vibes. Hell, there's some people I've been pissed off. The guy from the other stream, he comes on my page every so often. I don't hold no grudges. I try to be respectful, that's all. And for the most part, I am, I think. They didn't take it. Nope, I just rushed. I still had the wrong number, but it's all good. That's all good. I said 871, it was 891. I had it red tagged anyway. I purposely did that. So I can slide the chain links all the way back. Nope, not trailer surfing. I know what I wanted. sure. I don't want to be wrong. Don't look good when you go down the road and you have the wrong number in your truck. 891. Send. This time, I don't think they put that in there. Huh? I didn't know this was near Allentown, New Jersey also. where I'm supposed to be going. So what do we got? We'll be about. We got plenty of time.
McQueen.
Well, we can turn that down now. Let's try that again.
McQueen Logistics may be.
That's better. All right. Road again. To the yard now. Going to pick up my load going to Jersey, but I ain't going to deliver it until the following day. Because now I'm going to be out of time. Be able to deliver it until Wednesday morning at least. We'll see what they have in line for me tomorrow morning. So I'm on my way to Johnstown, yes, because I got that trailer with the hole in the roof. YouTube, it goes into a loop. So when it gets to its 8-hour mark, I usually cut it off and start up a new one. This way I can continue live streaming on both. Unless I'm almost at the end, you know. So right now we got 2 hours and 15 minutes. And I got 6.5 hours of drive time. Shouldn't take that. But by the time I get to the yard, I'll only have 31 hours left for the week. That's working out just right. Yeah, it's just to have respect for everybody. I don't know about the other platforms like Kick and TikTok and whatever. videos all the time. I am also on Facebook. Come and join us. I'm about 2.5 hours from Johnstown.
Quaid Logistics may be closed.
About 2.5 hours from Johnstown from where I'm at right now. And then about 3 hours. 3.5 hours from Frystown. Yeah, I gotta drop this trailer at the yard because it needs repaired, and then I'm gonna pick up my loaded trailer. You're saying we, Joe does, right? blood transfusions tomorrow and chemo. You mean Joe does, right? That's what I was pointing at.
the next light, turn left. At the light, turn left onto Pennsylvania 26 South. There's construction ahead.
I need a charger too. Will you get me one too, Judy? I'm in here, I think. Wait, let me make sure.
2 miles, take exit 28 for US 22 West toward Evansburg. Exit 28 for US 22 West toward Evansburg. Take exit 28.
6.25%. Just outside of Altoona, Pennsylvania. Getting ready to drive through Kenny and Michelle's town. That's all I need, and I'll pay you back. 3.25%. $3,500. $35,000. $35,000 over 300,000. That'll give you something to think about. About 4,500 bucks. And you'd make about $35,000 in 42 months. I did. 50 grand, you'd make 4,500 bucks in 42 months. Roughly. If you really want to get into it and make money, lend me 300 grand and make 3,500 bucks, $35,000 over 42 months. It don't get better than that. Figure it out. I'll tell you how to figure it out. 50 grand. business, the property, the equipment. $300,000. He's closed right now for 2 days a week, and he should be open 5 to 6 more hours a day. I don't know if I told you specifically, but I told everybody. I don't care. Yeah, there's no risk. I'm only doing it because what if something happens to me, you know? I'm not young anymore. Like I say to people, what if I had a stroke next week, or God forbid somebody sideswiped me? You know? That's because I have the window open. I don't know what tomorrow holds. No, you don't even have to be a part of the business.
In half a mile, use the right lane to take the US 219 South ramp to Johnstown.
Employees. I think it's got 8 or 9 employees right now.
Use the right lane to take the US 219 South ramp.
But I
Continue on US 219 South for 15 miles.
plan on increasing that to about 15. That's that pizza deli I'm always talking about. You don't think I'm going to give up driving trucks? The only thing I'd have to do there is improve management, because management is broken. No. good restaurants. You got some inside secrets.
In 2 miles, take the Pennsylvania 756 exit toward Geistown, Elton.
I don't work like that. If my employee's gonna stick his hands in the toilet, I'll stick my hands in the toilet. If I'm gonna put my hands, if my employee's gonna put his hands on a grill, I'll put my hands on a grill. You want me to mop, I'll mop. I don't have a problem about it. I had some good employees too. Oh God, here goes Deborah. What's up? Top of the evening, Deborah. I'm listening, Deborah.
In half a mile, take the Pennsylvania 756 exit toward Geistown, Elton.
Don't write me a storybook now. Still got 4 hours to
Take the
drive.
Pennsylvania 756 exit.
I did not waste time.
At the next light, use the left 2 lanes to turn left. At the light, turn left onto Pennsylvania 756 East.
I don't understand what you're saying. What are you trying to say?
In half a mile, turn right onto McCridge Avenue.
I do. And I know how to build it. And multiply it. Here you go, guys. The trucks, the ice cream trucks, when we took over it, me and my partner Jimmy, my brother from another mother, right? They were making barely.
At the next light, turn left.
Barely $40,000 a year each truck. There was 4 trucks.
At the light, turn left onto Eisenhower Boulevard.
If I remember right, the one made $31,000 3 years, the 3 prior years to us taking over that business. $31,000. By the time it was said and done, and we built up the business in about 3 years, about 2.5 years, we built up that business to $250,000 a truck in our pocket. And because we were young and stupid, we spent the money as fast as we made it. And I promise you, I had a grand old time and never did drugs. Never. We fished. We went partying Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. We went to Action Park. We went to Great Adventure. We went on bus trips. We had a grand old time. The hotter it is, the less money you make. How about that? Look at this deer right here. There goes one of my bitches. Right here. You see her in the ditch? Those are my girls. True story. I make more money in the projects than I do in the rich area. Figure that one out. $1 million houses, they're sitting in the pool, in the air conditioning. Oh, there goes another one of my girls, right there on the left. 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them, right here. You see them? They're waiting for me to come home. Hi, girls. People in the projects, they don't have air conditioning. They don't have money. Guess what? They got money for the ice cream man. You know why? Because the ice cream man would hook them up.
In 600 feet, turn left.
Hey, buddy. Why is that trailer on the road? They got to stop doing that. Somebody parked a couple of trailers over there. Yeah, there was 3 of them down there in the middle of the night. All right. This is bullshit. They park these. I shouldn't have to go off the road.
Turn left, then you'll take your first right.
Oh, I know how to make money. There ain't no question. And that's just that part of the business. Oh, shit. I'm bringing it over here. I'm not supposed to bring it over here. I gotta bring it over here. I gotta bring it over there.
Turn right, then you'll take your first slight left. take a slight left, then immediately turn right.
Go through this bullshit with them
Turn right, then make a U-turn.
at least once a month.
In 400 feet, turn left.
Oh, looks like
Turn left, then you'll take your first left. Turn left, then you'll take your first left.
this is where they want me to park these trailers now. Otherwise, these fucking guys will park here too. And I'm talking about the repair trailers. There you go. Ask Deborah. Am I afraid to push her out of the way and jump right in? Deborah, am I afraid to push you out of the way and jump right in when it gets busy?
Turn left,
No.
then you'll take your first right.
I'm going to get that trailer right ahead of me. I got a 4-hour drive. Still ahead of me. Still available.
Turn left, then you'll take your first left.
Not at all. I don't mind work. I like working. Especially when I'm making money.
Turn left, then you'll take your first sharp right.
Yeah, Deborah, I'll tell you. I used to get my partner pissed off because I'd come in at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. Where's the trailer number on here? Alright, there it is. If it was up to me, I'd be out late. Alright. Yeah, my partner used to get mad at me because he was my ride too. Dirty, inspect, trailer, remove, done, shipment, done. All right. Now we got a 12,000-pound load. You know what? Let me get rid of these. That's it. Is yeah, I'm just turning in my paperwork now. That's why I don't have to send it in. I'll send in tomorrow. The other bill Wednesday. Alright, I'll get that. Got all my info here for that business thing. That's that. Sure.
Head north, then slight left.
Lower. Basically, we got a 3-hour trip. I dropped them off in the mailbox.
Head north, then slight left. Turn left, then you'll take your first sharp right.
Nobody took the paperwork out of the mailbox.
Turn right, then you'll take your first slight left.
Why that happened? No, I'm not doing a split time. When I park it, I can't deliver until Wednesday morning now because I'll never make it to Jersey by 1 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. So,
Turn left, then you'll take your first sharp right.
So,
Turn right, then you'll take your first slight left.
got 3 hours to Frystown, roughly. Probably 3.5.
Take a slight left.
I could get ice, but I don't want ice. I'm good.
At the next stop sign, turn right.
That'll piss them off. I kicked up all the dust and dirt. Nobody listens. No. I got the load going from Ohio to
At the stop sign, turn right onto McCridge Avenue.
Robsonia, or whatever it is over there in Jersey. Already loaded.
At the next light, turn right. At the light, turn right onto Theater Drive.
Back down into Altoona.
In 500 feet, use the middle lane to turn left onto Pennsylvania 756 West. At the light, turn left onto Pennsylvania 756 West. Then at the next light, you'll turn right onto the US 219 North, Pennsylvania 56 West ramp to Ebensburg, Johnstown.
I'll probably make it there at about 6 o'clock.
At the light, turn right onto the US 219 North ramp. Then merge onto Pennsylvania 56 West. on US 219 North for 15 miles.
All right. Well, at least you know I ain't screwing around. I know what you meant. She's always talking about her sag titties, and that's what comes up, sag. I know, you've been doing that a lot recently.
second.
453. Take exit 48, then you'll take the ramp to Water Street, Pennsylvania 453. Take the ramp to Water Street. Continue for half a mile. In half a mile, take a slight right to stay on Pennsylvania 453 South. Take a slight right to stay on Pennsylvania 453 South. At the light, turn left onto US 22 East.
Those got to be JLG returns.
600 feet, merge onto US 22 East. Continue on US 22 East for 55 miles. Turn right into the parking lot. Then you'll take your first right toward US 22 East.
I'm not used to things being that high paced. Top of the morning, Rudy. Hour and a half left of drive time. I'm gonna go get a coffee though. I haven't had a coffee in a while. Time for a fresh cup.
Exit the parking lot. At the next stop sign, turn left.
I don't know what stop sign.
In 500 feet, turn right onto US 22 East. Turn right onto US 22 East. use the middle lane to take the I-81 North, US 322 East exit toward I-83, Hershey. Use the middle lane to take the I-81 North exit. Then you'll use the left lane to take the I-81 North, US 322 East ramp to I-83, Hershey. Use the left lane to take the I-81 North ramp. Continue on I-81 North for 3 miles. Use the left 2 lanes to take your next slight left onto I-81 North, signs for I-78, Hazleton. Take a slight left onto I-81 North, signs for I-78, Hazleton. quarter mile, use the left 2 lanes to turn slightly left onto the Pennsylvania 39 West ramp to Linglestown. Use the left 2 lanes to turn slightly left onto the Pennsylvania 39 West ramp. In a quarter mile, merge onto I-81 North. In a quarter mile, turn left onto Harper Drive.
Gotta get fuel just because.
Turn left toward Pennsylvania 39 West. Then you'll take your first left onto Pennsylvania 39 West. At the next light, turn left.
Get fuel just because.
left onto Pennsylvania 39 West. Then you'll use the right lane to take the I-81 North ramp to Allentown, Hazleton. At the light, turn left onto Pennsylvania 39 West. Then you'll use the right lane to take the I-81 North ramp to Allentown, Hazleton. Use the right lane to take the I-81 North ramp. In a quarter mile, merge onto I-81 North. In 2 miles, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 89 for I-78 east toward Allentown. In half a mile, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 89 for I-78 east toward Allentown. Use the right 2 lanes to take exit 89. Continue on I-78 east for 48. are police reported ahead.
Oh, it's too close. Kincaid. I don't know if you're aware of it, but my bills been in, most of my bills have been in the mailbox since Saturday. Nobody picked them up yesterday or whenever over the weekend. I was there this morning and I dropped off 2 more loads. All right. good night, guys. Oh, not good night to you guys, but good night. Be safe. God bless. It won't be until either 12 or 5 o'clock in the evening. Be safe. God bless.